道的会员其实是可以享受我们的独家内容的。先跟大家解释一下啊，我们的萌新级别就是为刚刚进场的朋友准备的。周一到周五每天一个小币种，告诉你什么价位买，什么价位卖，持有多长时间，在哪里可以买得到，手把手教你怎么去完成交易。白银级别呢多了一个周四的会员专属直播，每周四晚上8点，咱们聊聊你关心的问题，聊聊这个圈子当中发生了什么，聊聊体企化，聊聊怎么一起慢慢变有钱这个事儿。黄金级别就更厉害了，大家知道在币圈最难的、最吃力不讨好的是什么？就预测价格，对不对？在每周一上午8点周盘结束之后，我们会发布会员专属的周评，来预测下一周的走势究竟会如何。另外就是还有我们的操盘日志，也是黄金级别专属的。大家知道技术指标非常多的门派，但是最简单的东西反而是最实用的。我们用技术指标教会您怎么去积累盘感，怎么去找交易的感觉，同时在过程当中丰富你的交易经验。当然，会员您付费，我们给的是会员专属的内容。其实更重要的是，我们打通了一条让您和我们频道一起往上游走的一个上升机会。像密道啊、密配啊，还有币银啊等等一些投资的赛道，都是希望您能够跟着我们一起往产业链、往金字塔的上端走。咱不做韭菜，咱直接到最顶端拿到最高的红利。Web3就是应该这样。
years, Cyberport has grown into Hong Kong's largest blockchain asset community. Cyberport has grown into Hong Kong's largest blockchain asset community. Cyberport has grown into Hong Kong's largest blockchain asset community. Cyberport has grown into Hong Kong's largest blockchain asset community. Cyberport has grown into Hong Kong's largest blockchain asset community. Toward commercial rollout, showing how quickly ideas can become reality here. And this is exactly, what today is about, shaping the future together. By bringing our collective expertise and vision to this room, we can build a dynamic and trusted environment for digital assets and payments, one that strengthens Hong Kong's position as a global leader in innovations. And I look forward to the conversations and collaborations that will emerge from this summit. I wish you a very fruitful and inspiring day at Cyberport. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Please be seated. Okay, now we would like to take a group photo together. So the cameraman will walk up to stage and take a group photo for all of us. So when you're ready. All right, everyone ready for the photo? All right. Okay, thumbs up, please, everyone. Thumbs up. Okay, for video shock now. Yay! Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Right? Okay, so to begin, we are honored to invite today's first guest speaker, Mr. Paul Lee, Head of Payment Innovation Banking Circle, to share his insights on how tokenized money can reimagine payment. Paul, please.
Hey, thank you. First of all, thank you, Cyberport, to organize this event, invite me to join. I myself feel so encouraged by seeing so many payment people or people interested in payment. I still remember, 20 years ago, when the first payment solution that I sold to a client was internet banking. You can imagine at that time, I need to go into the boardroom of our clients, and then I need to make a PPT to sell them, okay, internet banking is the next generation payment. You need to use it. And I receive a lot of skeptical comments from that. Are you safe? How do you manage my data? And I still remember after they start using that, they find it very useful. Oh, I can just click a button and make a payment cross-border. But at the back, when I go back to my bank, our operation colleagues just print out their instruction and then start processing it in an old way. And obviously today, everything digitalized, and then efficiency improved a lot in the past 20 years in the payment industry. But I still think the past 2 years relating to stablecoin, CBDC, and maybe tokenized deposit are the most exciting time in the whole payment or even fintech industry. I still remember at the beginning of Web3 era, people talk about, okay, where is the killer app in Web3? Which use case will have the first to achieve 1 billion users? And I think payment definitely will be the first sector in Web3 to achieve 1 billion users in the very soon. But I think what really encouraged me is that payment used to be quite a boring industry. I still remember when I was in Alibaba, I was head of payment at that time. I want to hire some new young people to join my team. And obviously, you can imagine people start first. Oh, okay. What's your business model? What are you doing? Oh, okay. We are helping a company to move money from A to B. It's not that sexy. And then how much money you can make in each transaction? A few cents. Not that sexy as well. But now everything changed in the past 2-3 years. And you have stablecoin issuers earning a lot of money. Although I think not very sustainable. And we have a lot of new players, no matter it is the traditional finance company or a Web3 native company going into this payment space. And that actually make a big difference to the industry. If we are talking about next generation, first of all, we need to ask ourselves, what's the previous generation in payment industry? We have seen payment evolve many, many times in the past, maybe 100 or even a few hundred years. First, start from, okay, I pay using gold, even shell, precious metal. And then later on, we have digital money, like in the past 20 years. But you can imagine, in the past 20 years, all the payment innovation is about the way that you move your digital money, like using internet, web browser, or it is your mobile. The money itself didn't change. It is just the way that you move the money changed. But this time is very different because it is not about the application layer that changed, but it is about the money itself that changed. Imagine when the money changed, the format or representation of money changed. That affects all the application layer, all the users of the money, all the financial business model. Just a very simple analog. In the old day, when you're using gold as the form of money, who is the payment company? Payment company is escrow company who help you to move the physical gold from point A to point B. But when it is digital money, you can see all the payment company, the format, their value change so much. And if you look at today, all the payment company, their key business value is about, okay, I can make your payment very efficient, very low cost, including cross-border. Like cross-border, we always complain about like Swift payment, it takes T+1 at least, maybe $30 per transaction. So today, many of the payment companies, their value is building on top of this pain point. Cross-border payment is painful, expensive. So they do a lot of application innovation. Like I use NAND, I use my bounded. But in the tokenized money world, it's totally changed because you can move your money without any intermediary, instant. real time in a near to zero cost. So today, when I talk to all the payment companies around the world, not just in this part of the world, we are no longer talk about, okay, how can we improve the traditional banking infrastructure? We are talking about how can we leverage the new financial infrastructure blockchain to make money movement or asset movement in a 24/7 seamless way. And in this new era, all the payment companies need to rethink what's their new value that they can bring to the end users. Because speed, efficiency, cost saving no longer the key competency. Because I, as an individual, I can move money to my friend in US without any company involved, just do a blockchain transaction. So today, I don't know the answer what the future payment companies will look like, but I can very confident to tell you that it will not be the same as what we are seeing today. So I think Cyberport is really doing a good job in leading this industrial change. And I really look forward to have more chance to work with you guys, talk together to shape the future of payment industry, especially using Hong Kong as the platform, because Hong Kong has a very vibrant Web3 and also payment ecosystem. So thank you very much for that. Thanks.
Please be seated. Next, we are honored to welcome Dr. Thomas Chu, co-founder and CEO Alloyx Group, to share his insights on the future of digital payment. Dr. Chu, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Eric, Rachel, Bobo, and the Cyberport team. Really pleased to be here. And Paul, great speech. You didn't prepare the deck, so I'm making it up for you. So I want to take this time to go over what's my view about the digital money and also what we have been doing at Alloyx. So we are a NASDAQ-listed company, and we focus on the global stablecoin payment and also tokenization technology. We have built multiple kind of platforms to expand to that region. And I came from a traditional finance background, started my career at Goldman Sachs on Wall Street, and then later built the digital asset department for China Asset Management, which is one of the largest asset management in Asia. One was that China Asset Management, we did the first Bitcoin Ethereum ETF, the first tokenized fund. It's a retail fund, it's a money market fund on chain. Also, I wrote a book on RWA and tokenization and stablecoin published by the Minister of Finance. This is what we did at the NASDAQ. We had a ticker change in October. It also gives the market that we transformed from a traditional broker-dealer company to the digital asset business. So let's go over a view about the kind of the money in the history. So the fiat currency has been in the market globally for many, many years. People use dollars nowadays for majority of the transfer globally and settlement for trading. And for the digital currencies, I broke that into 4 categories. The first one is cryptocurrencies. As you are very familiar with Bitcoin and Ethereum, Bitcoin, Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, said Bitcoin is digital gold. And so let's just think about gold as a payment intermediary, and gold could be, in the digital world, could be Bitcoin. For stablecoins, we have Tether, Circle. We put our AX coin on there. We just got in principle approval from the Kingdom of Bahrain to issue stablecoin globally. And tokenized deposit, the key representatives are HSBC and JP Morgan. HSBC is very strong in terms of the tokenized deposit across multiple jurisdictions. And JP Morgan started 8 years ago on the JP Morgan coin, which is the largest one of a single entity globally to process internally for the settlement. And the last part is the CBDC. There's a lot of different views across the world. The Asia, especially Hong Kong, took a very bold and strong approach about the CBDC. with the ECNY by the PBOC. And the US, you read that last year, July 17th, President Trump signed a bill that is called kind of anti-CBDC law. And if you look at Europe, Central Bank of Europe is also very pro-CBDC. So we see that the world is dividing on different perspectives of CBDC. So for stablecoin, it's a store of value, right? And it started in 2014. It has been around for 11 years. It really kicked off after the last round of the crypto bull market since 2020. We saw the significant increase of the volume by stablecoins, mainly Tether and Circle. And globally, we saw a lot of regulations on the stablecoin being launched in the last 2 years. In Hong Kong, we're very fortunate and privileged to have a stablecoin bill passed last August, and our HKMA CEO also mentioned, Eddie mentioned, potentially in March we'll have the first stablecoin come out of Hong Kong. But if you look at the world, Europe already had the MiCA law, and it's passed. It's live since June 1st, 2024 for stablecoin. And in Europe, there are a dozen of stablecoins being live. The size is small compared to Tether and Circle, but I think that is a compliant framework. And if you look at the United States, the Genius Act was passed, but the details has been continued in the discussion within the Senate and the Congress. I think there's a huge debate between whether stablecoin can pass the interest, the yield to the holders or not, and Wall Street against it, and the stablecoin issuers really push to have stablecoin to pass the yield. So that's a huge debate between the two sides. And for stablecoin, if we go deeper, there are multiple types of stablecoin. One is fiat-backed, another one is crypto asset-backed, and then the third one is synthetic. So what we are launching from OX perspective is fiat-backed. So it's cash or cash equivalent. For the equivalent part is 90 days below. And for tokenized deposit, it's very easy to understand from the name, right? It's a deposit, they tokenize that. It will not leave the bank. It's an interbank transactions. And we are very fortunate to be part of the HKMA's project Ensemble. We're the only one that is a broker-dealer. We're the only one that is a fintech company being selected, alongside HSBC, Standard Chartered Bank of China, Hong Kong Stock Exchange, etc. And for this sandbox, we play the role as a distributor. We connect the buyers, the investors of the tokenized securities, as well as the tokenized deposit and how to settle in between. And we're going to expand that experiment this year to more use cases. So stay tuned for the project Ensemble DX this year. And for CBDC, the ECNY is the largest globally in terms of the influence. And recently, you read that this year, Chinese government is pushing strongly on ECNY cross-border use case and also the assets to be settled by ECNY. There are multiple sandbox in China. For example, in Shanghai, there's the ECNY center focused on how to adopt the ECNY settlement, and also HKMA is a part of this initiative. So this is a summary of the different digital money, and then we put that into a table. We like the stable coin. We give a sum up on the stable coin. We believe that is more efficient. Bypassed over $20 trillion last year. I think the size is growing. And also, there are many key use cases of stablecoin, and the biggest one is the cross-border payment, paying your suppliers, and also all the way down to your paying your employees, because a lot of companies have international offices. So those are the different use cases. And from the transaction volume perspective, it surpassed Visa and MasterCard in 2024, and I think the growth is going to continue. We see the trend will continue to grow. So Visa and MasterCard are not afraid of the competition. They actually embrace that. So Visa and MasterCard both have the stablecoin program. We are in a heavily discussion with them to be part of their stablecoin ecosystem. And for the globally, we had a slide on the different regulations. And then here is a summary of the different regulations globally. As you can see, the darker blue and the purple color are the more friendly. And we see, if you look at the globe, more countries and regions are adopting stablecoin. For global banks and institutions, they are all participating in the stablecoin type of business or blockchain-based ledger program. And there are multiple banks in Europe that's heavily involved. We're in communication with a few to think about how to transform the traditional banking business into the digital money-friendly business. And then here's the stablecoin in the global settlement layer. It's growing fast. And here's the traditional versus the Web3 cross-border payment. And here's an example. Traditional, you have to go through multiple correspondent bank. And if you go to use the Web3, as you can see on the screen, the top orange part, you actually skip all the correspondent bank and go directly wallet to wallet settlement. It's faster, it's cheaper, and it's more efficient. So for on-off ramp, there are multiple use cases already. So think about how to adopt that. And in Hong Kong, actually, SFC recently announced the virtual asset kind of settlement and dealing-licensed mode. This is actually to solve this problem and give a proper license in Hong Kong to deal with the on-off ramp. So there's a key usage scenarios: payment, remittance, treasury, hedging, wealth preservation, consumer spending, retail. So a quick 1 minute on our company. We have about 8 subsidiaries. We build a stablecoin next business, and the N stands for network. We have a network of over 90 countries right now. We can do on-ramp, we can do settlement. We have an app that's a consolidated. And for earnings, we have Solomon, which is a broker dealer, unlimited all the licenses in Hong Kong. We have a Scion, which is our digital asset platform to work with wealth management, individuals and family offices to help you to manage your stablecoin in an option yield. X is our fintech lab. We have multiple projects internally. And then tokenization, we bring that into our stablecoin, which is the X coin. And Fabric, which is our stablecoin enabled tokenization platform. And recently, we got the license, principal stablecoin license from Bahrain. I visited the kingdom. I had the honor to meet with His Excellency, the Minister of Finance and National Economy, as well as the Governor of the Central Bank. The conversation was very, very open, and I give strong credit to the Kingdom of Bahrain, where I also shared what we have achieved in Hong Kong, especially Cyberport. They have also a program called the Bahrain FinTech Bay. We can connect the FinTech Bay and Cyberport. The next of stablecoin, and this is our stablecoin treasury management center. Second store earn and spend of stablecoin. And this is a company we incubated with the largest AI financial company for Paradigm. It's also a Hong Kong listed company. We built a company called Kova to help the problem of on-chain KYC and AML. So if you read the 16 the department's issuance on stablecoin by the Chinese government in December last year, the key focus of not allowing stablecoin in mainland China is hard to do KYC AML. So we created this company to focus on solving this problem. Thank you, and if you're interested, you can check our website.
Thank you, Dr. Xu. Please be seated. Next, we are honored to welcome Mr. Darrell Wang, General Counsel, REAP, to share his insights on how regulation and innovations are shaping the future of global payments. Darrell, please. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the productive and insightful speakers that we just listened to. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Cyberport for having us today. I'm Daryl. I head up the legal and compliance functions at REEF. I'm also the general counsel. Honestly, it's quite special to be back here. I was one of the first 10 employees at REEF, based right here in Hong Kong. I remember sitting in meetings with the Cyberport team, applying for the incubation funding, walking through our vision of what we wanted to build at a time when most people were still trying to figure out what stablecoins were. Fast forward to today, we're now more than 250 employees globally. We've built real infrastructure that moves real money across borders every day. And to be invited back here to speak about the transformation of this industry, it's a full circle moment that I don't take for granted. Back then, when we first started in 2020, stablecoins were really still a niche asset. USDC had only just launched, DeFi was very early and experimental, and most regulators globally were still deciding whether this space was something to ignore, to contain, or to study very carefully. It wasn't obvious how this would fit into the financial system, and it was only in recent years that stablecoins began shifting from trading tools into settlement tools, and they started to be seen not as hype, but as real infrastructure. REEF's global headquarters is here in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong has always lived in the cross-border finance as a daily reality with multiple currencies, multiple jurisdictions, and real money moving across real economies. We picked Hong Kong for our global expansion because few cities offer this deep mixture of deep multi-currency liquidity, regulatory clarity, and global market connectivity. And that's the backbone from which REEF has really grown our business. We build regulated stablecoin-enabled payments and treasury infrastructure that helps businesses move, manage, and settle money across borders quickly, transparently, and with enterprise-grade controls. I don't have slides, but our core products include stablecoin-enabled card program, white label stablecoin card issuance for partners who want to embed this capability into their own platforms, and a cross-border payments platform that connects traditional finance with blockchain rails. I think it's worth highlighting that we're in a volatile moment. Bitcoin's recent crash has reminded everyone that this industry still has speculative elements that move on sentiment and macro conditions. But that volatility also clarifies something important. The parts of this industry that survive and scale aren't the ones that are chasing price, but the ones that are solving real problems. Infrastructure builders don't stop building rails because the market has pulled back. Businesses don't suddenly stop building or needing faster and cheaper cross-border payments. And regulators don't pause their work because token prices have moved. So today I want to talk about three interconnected shifts reshaping global payments: the infrastructure layer, the regulatory environment, and the emerging future of payments that might define the next decade. First is the infrastructure layer. Stablecoins are really emerging as a foundational infrastructure, not as a speculative asset, but as a programmable settlement rail that sits between traditional banking and blockchain-based systems. The infrastructure layer solves a core problem. B2B cross-border payments remain highly inefficient, with businesses facing significant transaction costs and multi-day settlement delays. The global market for stablecoin-powered payments is now projected to reach $53 trillion by 2030, driven by businesses consolidating fragmented financial tools into unified platforms. Now, none of this infrastructure works without the right regulatory foundation, and this is where I've seen the most profound shift over the past 5 years. When I joined in 2020, the regulatory landscape for stablecoins was fragmented and uncertain, but that's changing very rapidly, and Hong Kong is emerging as one of the global leaders. Of course, we've heard about the stablecoin regime, but this very recently, the virtual assets regimes that are coming out this year or maybe next year with SFC has been very exciting to hear. Of course, in Europe and in the US, we're hearing all kinds of developments in this space, and really we're reaching a convergence that's quite exciting. What all these frameworks have in common is a shift in perspective.
Regulators are no longer asking whether stablecoins should exist. They're asking how to regulate them responsibly and so that they can scale safely. We don't see regulation as a constraint. We see it as a foundation that really enables trust. When you work with global payment schemes like Visa and MasterCard, with banking partners across multiple jurisdictions, and with enterprise clients who need compliance certainty, regulation isn't a barrier, it's the infrastructure that makes the whole system work. And at Reap, we built our platform with regulation-first approach from day one. We hold the licenses where required, we embed KYC, AML, transaction monitoring into every product, and we work directly with regulators and schemes to ensure that we build today what will still be compliant tomorrow. Because the companies that will win in this space aren't the ones that are trying to work around regulations, they're the ones that are building with it. One area where this becomes especially powerful is trade finance. Of course, trade finance is very much rule-based, right? Letters of credits, guarantees, escrow, but enforcement today is still manual and slow. Many companies, including Reap, started with Treasury because that's the foundation you need before trade finance can become programmable. You can't automate rules if you don't control the balance sheet. Another major shift we've seen is really financial platforms building around a unified balance sheet rather than disconnected products. Today, companies bring together cards, accounts, FX, payments. The next step is a single environment where fiat, stablecoins, tokenized assets, and on-chain value can all sit together with consistent rules and with real-time visibility. This is exactly the direction that we're exploring with proof of concepts and gradual rollouts. And once you have unified programmable infrastructure in place, the next question really becomes who manages it. And this has been particularly exciting, of course. This is where AI enters the picture and becomes the final layer. Across the industry, AI is already being applied to reconciliation, reporting, monitoring, and compliance alerting. Looking ahead, it is also enabling agentic commerce, where AI agents can act autonomously within defined rules. For example, by 2028, a Gartner report estimates that 15% of day-to-day work would be made autonomously by AI agents. When you combine AI with programmable payment rails, including stablecoins, you get a system that doesn't just move money faster, but really manages it intelligently. At Reap, we're experimenting with rule-based payments, automated spending controls, AI-assisted reconciliation, always with human oversight and regulatory guardrails, of course. We're leaning heavily into AI-powered expense management and agentic flows. This system will automate scaled card issuance, match receipts to transactions real time, and flag anomalies with real-time alerts, all supported by human oversight. So to wrap up, we're really at an inflection point in global payments, where infrastructure, regulation, and intelligence are converging. The future isn't just about moving money faster or cheaper. It's about building systems that are regulated, programmable, and embedded into how businesses scale. Stablecoins are becoming infrastructure, not speculation. AI is emerging as a capability layer and not as a replacement for human judgment. And ecosystems like Hong Kong and Cyberport really matter now more than ever because this is where policy, innovation, and real-world adoption can really grow in tandem. We've been building in this direction for years. Treasury, payments, trade finance, always with regulation and business needs at the core. That's the shift we've seen across this industry, and we're really excited to be a part of it. Here in Hong Kong with our partners and alongside all of you. So thank you so much, and I really look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Daryl. Please be seated. Now, our first panel discussion will dive into how traditional business are integrating Web3 payment capabilities to create institutional on-ramps for the next generation of global commerce. Let us welcome the panel chair of this section, Ms. Rachel Lee, Director of Blockchain and Digital Asset Cyberport. The panelists of this section are Mr. Jupiter Zhang, Head of Digital Asset, Event Hong Kong, Ms. Alexandra Zhao, ED and Head of Digital Asset, CSOP. Mr. Alex Wu, President of China Renaissance International. Mr. Mark Ng, Head of Digital Asset, Sandbank. Okay. Rachel, now the stage is yours.
Thank you everyone for coming over this very busy day over consensus. And in the past 24 months, we have seen some good progress from licensing regime development, additional use cases of tokenized real-world asset and money market instruments globally and in this region, to stablecoin settlement and programmable payments. Yet, many enterprises still face a last-mile challenge, bridging governance, compliance, and legacy system. We will discuss these various aspects in terms of opportunities and challenges, and really great to have our panel of experts here. So I would like to invite each panelist to maybe give a brief intro of yourself and what about your company. Thank you. Maybe we can start off with Jupiter. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for the invitation from support team. I'm Jupiter from eFund HK, a Hong Kong subsidiary of eFund Management in mainland China, one of the largest asset managers in China. I led a digital asset initiative here. Before joining eFund HK, I worked for HashKey for many years, led the VC team and also the liquid fund business. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alexandra. I head up the digital asset team at CSOP Asset Management. So CSOP is one of the ETF issuer in Hong Kong, and currently we're working on the tokenization of ETFs.
Thank you, Alexandra. Alex.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be invited by Cyberport to this seminar. My name is Alex Wu, the head of China Renaissance overseas business. China Renaissance is a very boutique and niche investment bank in focus on mainland China, or to say Greater China. We grow up along with the internet industry, and currently we focus on two main sectors. One is the AI sector, the other is Web3. The reason is that we think going forward for the next 10 to 20 years, these two industries will shape the world and lift up the world to a new level. We want to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. How about Mark?
Hi everyone. Mark from Zen Bank. I lead up the digital asset initiatives in Zen. My experience prior to Zen, I helped to set up Sefu. I was one of the pioneer employees over there that led the institutional custody offering. And more prior to that is I was ex-finance running on the regulated side of the local exchanges. In Zen, we are fortunately and unfortunately regarded in the UAE. It's a Dubai-based corporate and institutional bank, regarded as a systemic bank for the crypto industry there. We bank most of the virtual asset service providers and fintechs. We also in our house offer our own digital asset solution. We launched crypto custody last year, and we just launched our dirham-backed stablecoin.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And would like to perhaps discuss on like some strategic imperatives first. And to our asset manager leaders, Jupiter and Alessandra, Tier 26 has seen RWA tokenization become a mainstream institutional allocation and stablecoin payment emerging as a core tool for RWA on-chain settlement. From your perspective at eFund and CSOP, what core pain points of traditional asset management are Web3 payment capabilities solving today? And how are these capabilities reshaping your firm's product and services strategy for institutional clients? Shall we start with Jupiter? Thank you.
I think shall we start with lady first?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure, definitely. So, so currently we're working on the tokenization of ETFs, and we're very excited about getting the product tokenized. Also, in the meantime, I think in Hong Kong right now, there are regulated stablecoins to be issued maybe early this year.
global services, especially cross-border global services, the asset managers will be excited to adopting Web3 payments because the efficiency problem, the operational cost, and all the banking back and forth problems. And a lot of things can be tackled by the Web3 payments. And another scenario is we have observed the trend that globally the asset managers are moving and pushing their traditional financial product on chains. Symbolized by BlackRock, Franklin Templeton. Their money market fund has been already on chain for a year or more. And this tokenized financial products, I think if you still use the traditional financial rails, there's still a lot of room to be improved. But if you use the Web3 payments, I think there will be seamless transaction speed, and also the user get used to this kind of transaction habit, and also a lot of things will happen by moving everything on chain, not just the products, and also we need a payment rail side to be moved on chain. So as I mentioned, that there will be Hong Kong's regulated stablecoins to be launched maybe the first quarter of this year, and asset managers in Hong Kong market are moving the traditional fund or ETF to be on chain. So there'll be a evolving ecosystem involving not only from the product side but also from the payment side. They'll be seeing a prosperous market in 2026 or the next year.
Thank you so much for the insight. And for Alex, as a leading advisor to traditional enterprises and financial institutions under digital transformation, we're seeing a clear shift from Web3 curiosity to active on-ramp planning among traditional businesses in APAC and globally. What's driving this urgent strategy shift in 2026? Is it cost reduction, or new revenue stream, or client demand, or regulatory clarity? And what's the most common first step traditional businesses are taking to integrate Web3 payments?
This is a very good question. The answer is kind of a combination. Early last year, when we tapped into the Web3 industry, we kind of shocked by a lot of traditional clients with significant or say meaningful revenue stream outside of mainland China. They kind of know what's going on in this industry a few years ago, and they are thinking about the solutions to help them to expand their business in the emerging market, especially for those countries or say regimes with high volatility of foreign exchange or stringent regulation of foreign exchange. So those clients approaching us and see whether we can provide service for them to facilitate the stablecoin settlement payments work. But the real challenge, also the driver, what we see is their real demand for their business. But the constraint here is also today is the regulation. There are two layers of the regulation. One is for mainland China, for those companies with meaningful overseas business, most of them are listed company. It's very easy for Chinese regulators to get on hold of them and say, hey, you guys need to do the annual report, right? So ask your auditor to track every business, every revenue stream, whether you use USDT or USDC, then you need to report to us. So it kind of scare the clients away. The other thing is that it's a collaboration of different regimes. For example, one of my clients talking about they have some revenue from Mexico. Then they actually collecting USDT as a payment solution. But the challenge is once the USDT wire to Hong Kong, they need to get Hong Kong dollar or US dollar. Then some banks local banks in Hong Kong say, probably you need to do it in the hurry, because with the Hong Kong's USD stablecoin regulation, we may not accept USDT in the coming few months. So it kind of scare the company, scare the clients away as well. So I think the key challenge today is the regulations.
Thank you so much, Alex. And maybe going to Mark, Sandbank is operating a regulated Web3 payment infrastructure, bridging traditional banking and on-chain finance. So what are the biggest operational and technical challenge traditional banks, financial instruments, institutions are facing when integrating Web3 payment capabilities? Are there like legacy system interoperability, cross-chain liquidity, or real-time or traditional or anything is out for institutional clients? Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Rachel. That was quite a long question. I think we have all been to events, conferences, and you hear a lot of fintechs, payment service providers, FI, but maybe non-bank FIs, that constantly has grudges or complaints about banks being slow. I think me for a little bit. A lot of the tech systems or monolithic, core banking system that is known to traditional banks. A lot of them are not really seen, especially up and coming digital banks. A lot of those new systems are quite modularized. So it is unfair to say it is a technological problem. But that's it, integrating any new systems, right? Because we can't think about payments in crypto without touching stablecoins. We have gone through that hurdle of accepting blockchain as a technology. When I say we, I mean the banking industry in general. We have also come to accept fiat-backed stablecoins as an acceptable instrument for value transfer. So that acceptance problem has gone. But now to integrate a blockchain-based or a DLT-based system into a core banking system, that takes a lot of work. I speak from experience because in Zen we are pioneering in a lot of these areas, and such endeavors are highly costly. Not really because of the tech or the development work. It is more a regulatory hurdle. So some of it was also covered by in the earlier panel members, right? That we have to have the regulatory clarity, and a lot of times we see institutions, banks, FIs that shapes the regulation together with the regulators themselves. So there is a lot of people, I would say, investment that is needed to have people that is knowledgeable in both segments. I think that drives up a lot of the costs. And the other issue is also on related to AML and regulatory compliance. Today, I don't think we can dispute the fact that money or anything that is of value coming through the blockchain is, from the perspective or from the eyes of the bank, is deemed as high risk. And I think this is echoed throughout all. So if any of you are operating a virtual asset-based service, or you are
AI agent itself, actually, technically, yes, you can authorize your open cloud to control your entire computer and do all this, right? Technically, it can be done, but it's going by one route, right? So if you look at a direct approach, I think people actually go from a blockchain. If you look at blockchain identity, if you look at blockchain identity, if you look at the transaction itself, actually, human is not that necessary, right? When it comes to a transaction, if you have your private key, technically you can do things. So that's why you have X 402, you have Google AP2, or actually SAP as well, right? So who are looking at utilizing blockchain for payment. That's the sentiment, or that's the thing people are more or less realized since like 2 years ago already. But if you talk about real adoptions, I think we can discuss about it. But there are still discussions about how should we adopt it. Yeah.
Thank you, Lucas. What about you, Joe? You mentioned the agent just brought me back to the 2015. At that time, I worked in Alibaba. Alibaba at that time they had an AI team, and we are building a name called Alibaba Ali OS. It's an operating system for mobile phones, and at that time we have the so-called personal assistant, if I remember. So it's just like the AI agent. You can tell the personal assistant, okay, tomorrow I'm going to fly to Hong Kong, and I prefer to arrive landing at 6 p.m. Then the personal assistant will book a ticket for you, and also if you request for a hotel, it also does the same thing. And the next day in the noon, it will remind you, hi sir, and due to the traffic jam, and you should depart earlier, half an hour earlier. Do you need I book a call taxi? Very smart. Why Alibaba can do that 10 years ago? Because we have the fly peak, and also we have the BD Kuaidi Ali invested. We also have the Gaode Navigator. So it had all of the ecosystem that does things. But at the time, there's no payment. It's just for the internal pilot. We don't have to pay, and the company paid everything. We don't need to pay after trip reimbursement. And I suppose the payment is not that difficult because Alibaba also has the Alipay. And during recent days, I also found Ali has a Q1 in Chinese, the Qianwen. You also can buy, for example, you can ask the Qianwen, okay, I want to buy a slipper less than 30 Hong Kong dollars and a black color. You will find the staff from the Taobao and give you a link, so you can just purchase. And currently, there's no automation payment. I suppose it's just a timing. And I also noticed last year half, there's two payment protocols. Another one is a Google called AP2, Agent Payment Protocol. It's mainly for Web2 payment. And also the Coinbase, a Web3 company, they also launched the X402. X402 is just repurposing the HTTP 402 for the payment request, the code, state the code. So in order to enable Web3 crypto payment to be injected for the machine payment, just like the AI of payment. That's my feelings. Thank you.
Thank you all. So it looks like what I'm hearing is, from a timing perspective, we are definitely in the early stages, but this is the early stage of what can be a very accelerated hockey growth adoption. So actually on adoption, we'll love to hear maybe Chi, you kick us off. Where do you see the primary use cases for agentic commerce? Are we talking B2C, B2B, on-chain, off-chain?
I think there's some use cases actually, or we have been seeing like early signs of being picked up beyond just the actual agentic commerce. When it comes to agentic payments, we think there's a few criteria that make it more likely to be adopted than other use cases. First is the trading the volume itself will be high. And the second is the amounts itself are not that big. Actually, it's smaller than before, especially when it comes to more like a micro type of transactions. And the third one is actually the workflow itself can be automated or delegated. So in that, one of the use cases we've seen many people start trying, and there's some really exciting progress recently, is about the API metering, the pay-per use, pay-per inference type of use cases, and pay-per content. And when I say the exciting progress is recent Twitter, which named as X now, about 2 days ago, they announced their new pricing model, which now allow developers to actually pay for the Twitter API per access rather than monthly subscription, which sometimes can be very expensive, up to $5,000 or even more dollars per month. So in that case, we see a lot of the, and before Manus has been acquired, actually, our conversation with them is very interesting as well. That we learned one of the use cases that they always have trouble with is the individual users when use Manus to generate reports, which is one of the very common use cases they see, has been fall into a lot of financial reports use cases. And when it's come to that, they need to usually access some financial data when it comes to like the stock index data or like some others, like even article data that's provided by Bloomberg, which all of them usually are protected by the paywall, which in that case is very expensive because those vendors don't even allow you to pay per month. It's usually yearly subscription. So and business subscription can be 5 figures. So in that case, there's no way that individual users will be willing to pay for that. So the temporary solution for those companies will be like Manus, will be they subscribe for a business account by themselves, and then they reroute the individual users' needs to those API. So in that case, this is what we've seen has been pushing a lot, and I'm very glad that we start seeing companies like Twitter. I'm pretty sure there's more companies will start providing new pricing model, which I think is one of the very, very hot topics in Silicon Valley right now, that they think the SaaS business model or pricing model at least will be changed very soon. And another one is the agentic commerce use case. Of course, everybody talking about using, like, allow individual users to buy like clothes, shoes. And I think Alibaba recently launched a very cool use case that allow users to buy coffee from, exactly. Which I think, thanks to Alibaba's ecosystem, that's made it possible. So that's just one use case we've seen people start talking. We haven't seen many adoption yet, but on the other side, the business side, which is the B2B procurement type of use case, which is kind of like enterprise version of agentic commerce, has been something we've seen some real agents start doing work. So that's the type of 2 use cases we've seen early signs of adoption.
Thanks, Xu. Lucas, Joe, anything you want to add on to that? Yeah, I think macro payments and B2B are where I think the adoption and the surge from, right? So for macro payment, I think Che also mentioned that if you I want to add some flavor to that. So if you think about like several decades ago when the enterprises go to cloud, right? So by the old days, everybody have a big or small data center in your own building, right? You have a huge CapEx investment on that. Yes, and where SaaS change that model, make your payment, make your cost more granular, right? So then if you look at AI now, AI model or tokens are more like a commodity, right? People are trading, buying crazy on that or trading on that. But in the future, actually, the actions people have done, right? So the access to certain databases, the credit the agent want to give to another agent or to another database will be monetized and will be more and more granular, right? So I think there are some discussion in industry that say this might firstly coming from like an API router for different model suppliers or reseller, whatever, right? So another thing is if you talk about like the industry, like Web3 industry, actually the liquidity router is something people are discussing about because all those process has been standardized, right? Already become commodity. So it is possible for people to mandate a certain authority for those autonomous agents to make transactions by themselves. So that's one thing. Actually, I already put 2 things together, right? So if you talk about B2B payments, for AI companies and for Web3 companies. I think that's something coming in natural. And what Kobo, and for us also, like for our AI adoption, Kobo, first we start from internal, right? So to automate a lot of like internal process from a company perspective. Then from a commercial perspective, we are a launch partner with AP2, Google AP2. So those are the several topics we have been discussing with Google closely to see. We don't take sides on which one will happen first, right? It's so hard to predict, but we want to be there and witness the growth of that. Yeah.
Thanks, Lucas. So also what I'm hearing is timing, early stages, but it's growing, and then use case and adoptions are starting to clearly emerge. But then what are the gaps that still need to be filled? And I think amongst the four of us, I think there's unanimous agreement that there is still a gap when it comes to things like security and trust and governance and accountability, especially when we're dealing with autonomous agents and also when they are acting as economic entities. So maybe I will start with the security side, and maybe I'll throw it over to Joe and then also to Lucas. The two of you represent, wallet infrastructure. Can you tell us a little bit more about the importance and the role that wallet infrastructure, MPC wallets, will play in this coming future?
So as all we know that the wallet has a single point of failure. So I don't know how about you guys. At least I lost my token previously with a single signed keys because I grant some kind of SocialFi project a few years ago, and suddenly one day I saw Ethereum is growing up. I just see my wallet how many your TD? No, 0. I'm really shocked because I just later on asked one of my friend, he's a hacker. He investigated. He said, okay, probably there's a malicious smart contract. You grant the permission, then the contract transfer your money away. That's why 2 years ago I jumped to MPC sector. So if you use auto payment, you must put your private key online at the hot wallet. We know even the Binance, the security and OK or Huobi in the earlier days, they have a very strong technical team, strong security team. They still lost token, but they don't just tell public. So if you just want the user experience efficiency, then you sacrifice your security. So in the institution clients, it's not affordable. So the current issue, the gap is single point failure is not acceptable. So the MPC doesn't use single private key. That is just making the key for several shards. In the hacker gets the key shards. If not all key shards, he still cannot get your money. So the MPC just build the trust of this. So in my opinion, multi-signature or MPC will be the online payment in the future. Thank you.
Lucas, anything you want to add from that perspective?
Right. So actually, thanks to Joe, because we also do MPC. You already give a good explanation of benefit of MPC, right? So I won't go more into that. So I think when it comes to agentic payments, right? So from high level, to me, it doesn't really matter whether it's MPC technology or multi-sig technology or abstraction technology. I think that might not be the most important answer to that, but something very crucial is you need to have some way to build as a trust layer for the agent transactions, right? So because now we all know that AI agent is growing very fast, but it's not it's also vulnerable to a lot of attacks or dilutions, right? So that's something you have now. You already have those called prompt injection kind of attack. Try to ask your agent to do something you don't want it to do, right? So then when it comes to a monetary transaction, that become so worrying, right? So I think MPC is one of the answer that okay, you break the key shard to the key to multiple shards, right? Agents might only have part of it. Right? Agent can take action, but agent may not make the final decision of it, right? Another thing is that why I think company like Zephyr BC and also Kobo, we are wallet infrastructure providers, what we can do is that not only the key shard technology itself, is all the risk control policies, risk engine we have developed within Web3 industry for years, right? That is something we'll be able to apply to agents, because agents are vulnerable to the similar things that human is vulnerable to, right? So that kind of infrastructure layer will be super important. Yeah.
So clearly, security is top of mind. MPC does serve as a technical solution, but Lucas also brought up that there needs to be an additional infrastructure identity layer when it comes to agents and agent payments. And I think, Chi, you're the perfect person to share a little bit more about agent identity and why this is very much needed to solve the issues around trust and governance and accountability.
Yeah, very good question. And actually, before answering that, I just want to point out that is exactly why we choose a blockchain-based solution when it comes to agentic payments. Because a lot of people probably don't know that payment itself is actually a layer built on top of identity. Because when it comes to the Web2 solutions, no matter PayPal, Visa, Stripe, they all provided is actually identity network in some way that bring the trust between payee and payer, no matter it's like two-sided or multi-sided. So in that case, when it comes to agentic payments, it's the same thing. The agents themselves need identity that prove not just who they are, but who they represent, what they're allowed to, and under what constraint or policy. So in that case, crypto wallet, cryptographic wallets actually provide a perfect solution, because when it comes to agent identity, we think it's actually the design, at least the design we prefer, is a hierarchy of authority that carries of cryptographic delegation, plus ideally the portable reputation system around it. So that's why when it comes to identity, we think our sort of design high level is a 3-layer of identity system that's carry the user identity to agent identity to session identity, which represent separately from the root authority to delegated authority to ephemeral task scoped authority, which session ID or session identity is providing. And in that case, from this delegation chain, each action can be verified from user to agent to session to payments or slash action themselves. So in that case, we really think blockchain-based solution is the right way to go. Plus, what Lucas mentioned, stablecoin rail is actually a perfect way to solve the real-time machine-to-machine micropayments needs underlying.
Thank you, Chi. And I fully agree and echo with that. Just to add a little bit more of my own personal commentary, I do think that this trust layer needs to encompass, at the minimum, 4 important components. One, Chi rightfully mentioned, there needs to be verifiable agent identity, an ability to have an agent's identity be cryptographically secured, so that you know that this agent is attributable to the correct agent and that it's not spoofable. And then on top of that, we need to be able to have, let's say, verifiable credentials that can prove that authorization is the correct authorization, the permissions and the parameters are within the correct scope that have been set. In addition, there does need to be privacy-preserving data access, especially when it comes to payments, because we're talking about our money, and primarily right now, credit card information. So we need to be able to wait to have these autonomous agents, quote-unquote, access that payment information, but not have it be stored and trained to other models and prone to data breaches, etc. And then lastly, and I do think this is an important part, there still needs to be a way to have auditability. And this is also exactly where blockchain can come in as a permanent ledger. The reality is when this scales, this is going to be an area that is under regulatory scope with compliance standards, and there needs to be enforcement actions. And so there needs to be a way to be able to go back and see the paper trail of a agentic payment. We've only got a couple of minutes left, so now I want to shift a little bit to be forward-thinking. We talked about where we are today, where the use cases are, where the gaps are, and how some of those gaps can be addressed with some of the solutions, whether they're technical or architectural. Now, forward-looking, when this does eventually become a reality, let's start with a two-pronged question. One is, what opportunities does this really open up? And then, related to that, if you were to rub your crystal ball within 12 months or within the next 12 months, what do you think will be happening in this space? Let's start with Joe.
So just a forecast in the future, right? In my opinion, the payment, especially your DT or your DC, the stablecoin payment will be the next the biggest sector. Just after centralized finance, decentralized finance, and also the centralized exchange. So as well, the guys here today are lucky you guys are in the payment, and also we are lucky we are just support the infrastructures for the payment. So just payment. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. What about you, Lucas?
Right. So what opportunity it will open? I think AI already opened a lot of opportunity for like so-called one-man company, right? So a lot of like our idea can easily come true with one person and plus several bunch of agents. So I think agentic payment will definitely open more opportunity for those companies, small companies or ideas to monetize easier and better. So that's the first thing. And second prediction, I think personally, I'm almost certain that the agentic payment will take place first in B2B scenario, especially in those like supply chain, AI company, Web3 company itself, rather than B2C. I think that kind of experience take place when we have been done like stablecoin payment for years, right? It always start first in B2B, then penetrate into B2C. Yeah. That's something gonna happen in next 12 months. Yeah.
Definitely agree with both. That's why we're here in this panel. Payments will be one of the most exciting sector among the autonomous agents. And also agree with what Luke has mentioned. The B2B use cases is where we start seeing some real interest and adoption start coming. B2C usually, I think, come after the B2B use case when it's come to the very new technology in some way. So that's, yeah, so I don't have much to say in the first one. The second one, I think, two quick, like predictions here. One is, I think, the budget now, no matter it's like individuals or like enterprises that's controlled by human, will gradually move to policies or move to agents in some way. Although that business probably, yeah, we won't say, oh, trust me, bro, trust the agents, but they will actually deploy the agents with hard code, even hard coded or like a very hard ruled constraints and monitoring that very carefully. But gradually, I think more and more autonomous agents will surface and do business operations for the company. And the second one is I truly believe that stablecoin will become default for agentic workflows, especially when it comes to payments. Because I think if we look back on the history, again, I think PayPal is the first generation of like payment processor, which is the old way compared to Stripe. And one of the biggest jump or like innovation that Stripe did is it's provide a stack that is much more API friendly or like programmable to configure than what PayPal tech is. And the third generation, which is what we are building, I think, which is based on blockchain, is actually even further more programmable money or programmable financial stack than the existing Web2 stack. So very exciting to be here and build the next generation blockchain-based solution for payments.
And one more very quick final prediction from me, just I know we're over, but within the next 12 months, there's going to be at least one headline of a data breach or of an agent gone wild, and there's going to be a significant sum of money or payment-related, economic fault, and they should have utilized an NPC solution, or they should have realized a identity solution from Kaiser Terminal 3. All right, thank you again, everybody, and thank you again once more to our panelists.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all for the great discussion. The speaker, please get at the front of stage for a group photo, please. Give a thumbs up, maybe. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, here we come to our final panel of the Next Gen Payment Summit. Our final panel discussion will explore strategic pathways for digital payments. Okay, let us welcome the panel chair of this section, Mr. Yang Zhaozhang, Country Representative, China Live. Mr. James Xia, Managing Director, Alloy Expert. Mr. Alex Zhang, Bells. Mr. Justin Kim, Head of Asia, Alpha Labs. Mr. Asmi Pal, Head of Capital Markets and Strategic Intelligence, CERTIC. Okay, Yang Zhao, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for having us here and inviting me and our fantastic panelists here to discuss this final passion. So our final session will discuss the pathway to the digital certificate and how to build, compliant and trusted infrastructures here. So maybe I just give the time to our panelists from the introduction of their organizations and their roles and how your work connects to digital payments or payment-related infrastructure. So maybe we could, how about start from the Esme first? Thank you so much.
Hello? Yeah, thanks everyone for inviting us, and it's great to end the day with this panel and also with my esteemed panelists. So I'm Esme Pao. I'm the head of capital markets and strategy at CERTIC. So CERTIC is a $2 billion unicorn. We're headquartered in the US, and we're also the global standard setter when it comes to blockchain security auditing standards. So when it comes to our intersection with payments, so we're mostly on two fronts primarily. So the first is that we do a lot of cybersecurity auditing when it comes to the entire ecosystem, including wallets and also stable coins, as well as a lot of standard setting in the ecosystem. And the second would be around regulators. So that's exactly where my touch point is, in which I work with a lot of regulators in terms of setting the global standards, as well as how we could help them on their journey in order to better regulate the entire ecosystem and for everything to be more trust and also compliant.
Thank you so much, Esme. And now, how are we to Justin? I know you from the Korea, and thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having us. My name is Justin, head of Asia of Alpha Labs, and Alpha Labs is a team behind Avalanche Blockchain, and Avalanche Blockchain is the EVM Layer 1 blockchain, and more so, it's actually a blockchain that's built for business. We work with partners like Alipay, GrabPay, Toyota on the business side, and also if you actually said in the last session, Kite is also building on top of Avalanche. And also on the financial side and Wall Street, we work with BlackRock, Apollo, all these trusted names. So we have a lot of conversations behind the scenes about compliance and how we can actually put the businesses and this finance on the blockchain. So we'll talk about those old questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justin. And the next, we just head over to Alex.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex from Wilson. I focus on the trading hub. Wilson provides three standard products, which is focused on smart contract audit, which is a very standard service as certificate provide. And secondly, we provide wallet screening, which we always say the KYT. KYT is designed for those payment service provider for them to detecting the potential risk and helping them to identify the potential risk and help them to reporting to the regulators. So we are focused on 2B and 2G path. And thirdly, we also provide a very comprehensive investigation tool, which is a trace. We are helping our regulators, police enforcement to help them to investigate the case and help them to tracing the funds flow. So yeah, we provide three kind of solutions, and I'm happy to discuss with you guys this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your sharing. Next, we have the James. I know you have so many years experience in the traditional payments, and so our pleasure to have you here to share your insights. So just
thank you, Yanzhou. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Xia. I'm the Managing Director of Alloys Group. Alloys Group is a company, it's a fintech with three areas focus. The first is stablecoin products. We are working to issue a compliant stablecoins. Now we are working in Berlin to apply our first the compliant stablecoin, and we get the in-principle approval now. And we also do the RWA, which is tokenized those real asset, real world asset. And the second part is we have a broker-dealer. We handle the wealth management, and also we will do the digital asset management on the DeFi and all the stablecoins management. And the third is we have a network as a payment. We develop the wallet, business card, and also various functions to support the networks to do the payment on the stablecoin and fiat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so next, we will turn to a little deep discussions about this topic. And general perspective, we will discuss some meanings and the importance of challenges here. So from your, this question is real for all four panelists here. So from your experience across jurisdictions and industry practice, what does the compliant and the trusted infrastructures mean for digital payments today, and why is it important now, and what do you see as the main challenges and opportunities today here? So maybe we could start from James.
Thank you. The compliance, I think, is the programmable and the involved KYC, AML, and the QIB process. And the infrastructure means, the technical certainty to make sure all the participants of, the process are clearly identified. For example, like what we have discussed just now is about the agentic commerce, and also the individual or the institutional or the IoT devices. This is all very important things. Why it is important? Because the first thing is the faster payment area now. The people should make the payment with the login and pay. That means instant certification or the verification of the identification is very important. And then the second is the rise of the agentic commerce. Yeah, just now the panelists have discussed a lot of usage in the situations which we need the infrastructure to support. And the second thing is regulatory maturity, with the MiCA in Europe and then the Stablecoin Act in the US. After the rollout of the regulations, more and more cryptos are replaced by the regulations liquidities. So for these challenges, we can think about is the first thing is the fragment of and then the interoperabilities. For example, a lot of countries now they have the regulatories ready and make it a stable regulations to ensure they have a domestic process, correctly and audibly. But it is at the cross border, they just stop. They cannot have the connectivities according to each other to ensure the interoperability is ready for the transaction for cross border. And the second thing is explainable AI. For the AI is act as an important role to detect the fraud, but for the reason. For the process, it should be an AI explanations for the people to know why, how, and when they can be resolved through this, the risk. The second thing, necessity is the persistence of the scams, because the people when they widely use the AI agent, they are not only need to prevent the hackers, they also need to prevent those, the systems controls and also the social attack from, the AI agent. This is also very important. We are doing the KY agent process now. But this also brings a lot of opportunities. The first thing is the new business case. When we use the stablecoin, we can use the pay per use. This is cannot happen when the stablecoins happen. But it has been speed up after the stablecoins is increasingly during use the B2B and the B2C scenarios. Yeah, that's my thinkings.
Thank you so much, James, for sharing so insightful opinions, and thank you so much. Now we just turn to Alex. What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think payment is an infrastructure for everything. So no one financial institution can avoid client onboarding, deposit, or withdrawal. So payment is a very basic infrastructure for financial institution. And from my perspective, I will answer this question from a red tape perspective. So KYT also an infrastructure for the payment. So firstly, what I saw in last year, the regulation, no matter like FATF, the requirement for using KYT or blockchain analysis tool for those financial institutions to detect the risk. And our local regulator, SFC, also mentioned in their guideline of AML 12.7.3, asking you to use blockchain analysis tool like KYT to help you to identify the direct or indirect counterparty or any suspicious activities under the transaction. So yeah, payment and KYT also very important for the whole ecosystem. And the challenge I saw from my perspective is we have many vendors or we have many KYT service providers, as you can see outside. We have 3 competitors have booths there. But the challenge is that we still haven't have a standard or benchmark for the data or for the label. So that's why what I said, that that's still a challenge, because from the regulator perspective or for the ecosystem perspective, no one come up to make a benchmark for the red tape vendor. So that's why. And thirdly, what I can saw the opportunity till today is still very earlier stage for the regulations. So this year, 2026, we will have VA Type 4 and VA Type 9 will come up in the future. So there, the guidelines still on the way. So we still have opportunity to make the benchmark, to make the standard. So yeah, that's what I can solve from my perspective.
Thank you so much, Alex, for sharing from your expertise and practices. Thank you so much. So now we just head over to Justin to share your opinions.
Yeah, so Avalanche has become the preferred choice of blockchain for a lot of payments use cases in Asia especially. So in Japan, their Japanese yen stablecoin is on Avalanche. In Singapore, Alipay, GrabPay, they're using cross-border Singaporean dollar stablecoin for actual payments as a commercial use case. That's also exclusive on Avalanche. And we saw the same case happening in Thailand with K-Bank, which is the second largest bank in Thailand. And through the process, the conversation is actually sometimes 6 months to 2 years. So we've been putting a lot of work, and most of the conversation actually is around compliance. And it really comes down to 2 things: user privacy and also data residency. So user privacy, so blockchain is a great technology, but it's too open. And transparency doesn't equal full openness. So you can still be transparent with some control over openness, right? So that's one problem that blockchain has. And the second, the data residency. So basically every public blockchain is a database with random servers across different countries, and you don't know who they are.
So that those two are usually main challenges when we first sit down with regulators to put these payment businesses on blockchain. So that's where Avalanche comes in. And so on Avalanche, you can actually customize blockchain to reflect these compliance features. So you can whitelist who can transact, who can deploy apps or smart contracts, and also who can save this data on rich validators. So those are some of the features that we have on Avalanche. And as an operator in the space, we keep seeing similar use cases down the pipeline this year as well.
Okay, thank you so much for Justin to share your observations. So now we just give the time to Esme.
Thanks for your question. So I think my distinguished panelists have already summarized the question very well. So I'll just, I think if I break down the question, so it is, how do I define the current landscape, which I think it has been, captured well. And the next thing is where we're heading and what would make a difference for us to get to where we want to be, which is a scalable approach to digital payments. Right, in which it will be frictionless and also borderless. So I think my James and also Alex and Justin, they use several keywords which I want to dig deeper into. So the first will be interoperability. So we're talking about both on the macro scale and the technical scale. By macro, I think my panelists have already mentioned about regulatory. So we need cross-border and global regulatory coordination in order to reduce the cost of market access and also the cost of compliance for a lot of digital payment companies. And we should also bear in mind that, blockchain is still a rather nascent phenomenon, even though it's been over a decade. A lot of these companies are SMEs or startups. So we need to make sure that it's commercially feasible for a lot of companies to come in and to use digital payments. And previously, I've been in 2 different brokers. I built a digital asset desk. And what was really painful for us is that we came to the realization that we need to upend the entire legacy digital asset trading system just to put into place blockchain, right? So I think we need to have the cost-benefit analysis involved. And the second thing would be around liquidity fragmentation. And right now, I think for blockchain payments or digital payments, we've already solved the problem about atomic settlement, right? I think technology is already up to the standard in which we're able to, realize the efficiency gains and also the velocity in payments. But I think what's lacking is about the compliance aspect and about not having a standard, if you will, about interoperability and also for everybody to be on the same wavelength, right? That is what I believe would have to be solved for us to get to the next level.
Okay, thank you so much for Esme. And so next, we would like to explore more specific topics related to your daily work. So we also would like to discuss about the scalability and how to scale up, the digital payments in the near future or the 1 or 2 years. So maybe my first question is to James from the LOX group. It's a very leading company in this area. So LOX has been strengthening institutional grade infrastructures. And could you share 1 or 2 your latest priorities or initiatives that are most relevant to building compliant and trusted digital payments? So in practical terms, what benefits do they deliver? And how do you think these efforts from your LOX will help scale digital payments over the next 1 or 2 years?
Yeah, in the next 1 or 2 years, we have 3 key priorities. The first priority is we engage with the regulators and get to know them. They want some of the local capabilities for the KYC, QIT, and other things. So we have formed a joint venture with 4 Paradigm to develop our QIT tools. And also we have a strong support from Boyson, who has a large, libraries database for those, token stable coins address and the informations and the very inside informations. We have developed these tools not only for the the Hong Kong and in the future is for the all over the world for the system to easily to capture those fraud and for those criminal the wallet, the address, or the transactions which will help our transactions to develop the very healthy. And then the second thing is we develop our network. We just launched our AS1 platform, which is the wallet with the cold, warm, and the hot the wallet with the MPC, which you had mentioned about is with our in-house developed together with the advanced system vendor to work together to make our advanced wallet management and our business cards with Visa and with a lot of players in the market to support our growth. And the third thing is the stable coins we were going to launch in Bahrain. We want to have the compliant stable coins, which is issued by ourselves, and then we can learn from the other market, and then we can transfer to Hong Kong and other Asia Pacific to make our business all beyond. So that's all three things I think is with our efforts, with our partners, both corporations, we can bring the compliant system and the tools to all the institutional and individual clients to get them to easily and to securely to use stable coins as the next generation.
Thank you so much, James, for sharing your three priorities. And so next, we just build the Alex. Building has been focusing on stablecoin monitoring and compliance and risk security tooling, as we know. So based on your latest work, what are the key improvements you are making that most directly support compliant digital payments? So what risks does it reduce or visibility does to add? So how does that translate into greater confidence to scale up digital payments in the future? Especially just as James also mentioned, recently you have a partnership. So if you like, you could also share the details more. Thank you so much.
Thanks to Alex, Chelsea, and chose us for the basic label service provider. So we are happy to make this ecosystem more transparent. And back to last year, the milestone we have made is we finally entered into the security firm which holding the Type 1 licensee in Hong Kong, and 20 to 30% of our of those security firms are using KYT as their vendor to apply for the Type 1 license uplifting. So yeah, that's a very that's a milestone that we have done. And from this scenario, some voice from the industry saying that in this industry that the fit and proper RO is very hard to find in the market. But what we have done is we are helping this entity to training their RO, to training their CO, training their MIC, to make this ecosystem more compliant. So that's the first milestone we have done last year, and we will continue in the future. And secondly, we have made some, we have joined and built some association. For example, DAA and C, we have co-host with the HashKey, RD, and Slomis. We build association to help our ecosystem to have more. Like for example, for those stablecoin issuers, you need to apply for the white label solutions. For those token holder, you must to be KYC, then you can hold the stable token. So what we have done is made this ecosystem more easier for those issuers to run their business. And second, finally, we are helping those stablecoin issuers to make some projects, for example, to help them as the MA's regulations require. For those point-to-point transaction, especially for those unhosted wallet, you need to identify the secondary market risk. That's why we build another product, which is the stablecoin monitoring, to help those stablecoin issuers, even our regulators, to monitor the macro ecosystem for them to see that how much percentage your token is holding by sanctioned entities, by those terrorists. So yeah, we are helping to make this ecosystem more transparent again. We have those stablecoin issuers to help them to identify how their token flow in the secondary market. Yeah. That's our goal, and we are committed to do more in the future.
Thank you so much, Alex, for sharing your milestone and your partnership network and initiatives from the building. Thank you so much. Now we turn to Justin. As we know, the Lever Launch Labs is active in infrastructure design and ecosystem adoption. So what is your current strategic focus that you believe most efficiently supports compliant and trusted digital payments at scale? How does it help address real-world requirements such as compliance, performance, interoperability, or governance, and what pathway do you see for scaling digital payments responsibly?
Yeah, so I think the compliance and being a trusted infrastructure for payments is the goal for Avalanche this year. And we're working with partners. We basically help partners create applications on blockchain, bring their existing ecosystem onto blockchain in a compliant way. So maybe some examples. I think this payment need really important two topics. One, cross-border payments. It's regulated. It's cross-border, so it's more difficult. And second, agentic payments, where we're going to see billions of microtransactions coming in. So Avalanche comes in to sort of help partners to do this in a compliant way. For example, Alipay and Grab, they have approved infrastructure in Singapore by MAS, by Avalanche. So we designed the blockchain in a way, so it's a public blockchain, but it can have some control over who can access and who cannot access the blockchain. So it's a blockchain, public blockchain, but for merchants. So that's basically sort of the architecture that's going to make sense for a lot of payment companies. And as Chi from Keynote mentioned, a lot of agentic payments are going to be depending on delegated authorities or delegated identities. And they also see the value of setting their own environment. That's why Kite is also launching their own layer 1 blockchain within the Avalanche ecosystem. So we're going to see a lot of this infrastructure sort of development in cross-border and agentic payments.
Thank you so much, Justin, for sharing your practices, how to enable trusted and compliant digital payments in this area from infrastructure side. So just next we turn to Esme. So CERTIC is widely recognized for the security assurance and broader trust frameworks, as we know. And from your latest work at priorities, what do you think the industry need most to raise the baseline for trusted digital payments? So what concrete practices or frameworks will create the biggest benefits? So how do they help scale digital payments beyond early adopters to maybe massive adoption, as from your perspective?
Sure, thanks for the question. So first of all, we're humble, especially in the blockchain and digital payment space. We just feel that we learn it every day, so we will never rest on our laurels. And then in terms of where we believe would need to be broken through before we can get to the next stage, so the first thing would be around the settlement layer, right? So settlement and clearance. So what you can see is that obviously BOC is focusing on distribution and secondary markets monitoring. So what we also see will be in terms of settlement. So for example, for this year, there will be multiple jurisdictions coming out with multiple licenses. So how do we make sure that there's a secure, compliant way to do these swaps, right? We have this for like FX, in the traditional currency market, but we don't really see it in stable coins right now. And then the prerequisite to that would be for regulators to actually have a coordinated framework around it. And I think that needs some transnational body like IOSCO or Financial Stability Board to work on it. And it's not only on like single jurisdictions that can push it. And the second thing that we're looking at would be around contagion risk, right? So again, I think back to our panel's point. So we have, for example, it's like a dominoes effect. So the weakest link of a blockchain is essentially where all the risks are, right? So all your entire blockchain is very secure, but then it can still be broken down by that weakest point. So what is it that if we, the dominoes fall, and then how can we help regulators be able to trace where the weakest link is, and also what are the dependencies along the supply chain? So I think in the Web2 space, we have that aspect of supply chain risk monitoring, but I think there isn't enough of that awareness for blockchain, and especially, for example, if you look at like flash crashes, or even for the recent months, so we see very weak crypto prices, right? And that could be a result of like over leverage or maybe like liquidation. But then how will that come into play when stable coins or anything, if that happens, how we're able to help the regulators foresee what will fall, right? I think that's something that we need to help regulators with.
Thank you so much for sharing from inside of the CERTIC, and thank you so much for all of our panelists. Considering the time is so, we just turn to the last questions. Maybe every panelist could we have one sentence, just a takeaway for our audience of today. So in one sentence, what is the single most important takeaway from your perspective for building trust and compliance by design as we scale digital payments in the next few years? Maybe we could start from that, Esme.
I think the most important thing is for the commercial use case to be embedded, and also for CERTIC, so we run a workshop called Secure by Design. When we think about the business model, we all need to map where the security linkages are, and that should start from when we're in the drawing board, but not to go as we to do it impromptu, right? So therefore, I think security should not be an afterthought. It should be a prerequisite to even starting an entire project.
Thank you, Justin.
Just one sentence. I think using blockchain doesn't mean you can't break the law. So I think we're going to see a lot of custom-built blockchains because general-purpose blockchains can't just do it. So it's going to be very interesting year.
Okay, thank you so much, Alex.
My one sentence takeaway is cross-check with every single payments with different KYT. You will find something different.
Thank you. So lastly, but
yeah,
at least
I think 3 keywords. One is frictionless in integrity. That means you have the automatic in KYC or KYT process. The second is user confidence. The customers can use this. It's very easily, but very mind inside. They can feel it's very security. The third thing is regulatory residence. That means the regulations should keep consistent, but also to continually support the technology innovation. This is should be go all on the same way. Yeah, that's my understanding.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you everyone for listening as well. So just let us give a very big round of applause here to our excellent panelists here to sharing their insights and expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nianzhou, for your offerings, for your moderation.
Thank you. Thank you for the great discussion. Would all speakers please gather at front of the stage for a group photo, please. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated. Alright, that's a wrap for today's main program. Once again, a huge thank you to our sponsors, partners, and supporting organizations for their incredible support towards Next Gen Payment Summit. Now it's time to relax. Join us for networking cocktail sponsored by BioSim, where you can make valuable connections with fellow innovators, investors, and thought leaders as we wrap up today. Thank you for joining us at the Cyberport Next Gen Summit. We can't wait to see you in our next event. So enjoy your evening. Thank you very much.